Could you give a big welcome to Mr. Stephen Albini, please?
Hello.
So, welcome. For those people who don't know you, could you give us your elevator pitch, your job interview pitch? Because we're currently interviewing for an audio lecture at the moment.
I am 53 years old, and I've earned every minute of it. And I have managed to avoid going broke as a recording engineer since about 1981. So I think that puts me in a very, very, very small minority. So that's all I've got. I own a recording studio in Chicago, Electrical Audio. We're primarily an analog studio, although we do digital sessions all the time, but 100% of my work is all analog, meaning I only make records on tape and using tape machines and microphones and consoles. The other people that work in the studio do hybrid sessions, some analog, some digital, and some entirely digital sessions. I'm sure we'll get into this in the questioning and answering phase, but I have kind of personal reasons for not wanting to use digital technologies for recording, which may or may not be obvious to those of you who work digitally primarily. My background is as a musician. I've been playing in bands since about 1978. And when you're in a band and you're in the community of musicians, you have a different perspective on the value of music than if you are coming at it from the position of, say, exploiting music as someone in the administration of music, or say at a record label or a publishing company or something like that, where your relationship with music is that it is a tool to extract money from a relationship between a performer and an audience. And if your background is as a musician or as a band member, then you start to see the cultural importance of the community of musicians, and how what's important to people in bands is not what's important to people who are in the administration of music or who are working on a sort of business capacity to music. So what is important to me is the legacy of the musicians of the bands that I work with. My life has been enriched by a lot of music that happened a long time ago, and through permanent recordings, I've been able to explore and, in a sense, meet and interact with people who've been dead for decades. And I've learned something about them and their creative impulse, their intent to communicate, has been validated by me participating in their music, far down the pike in a temporal sense, right? So my primary obligation as a recording engineer is to make that possible for the bands that I work with. I want the recordings that I make for the bands that I work with to outlive everybody in the room at the time of the recording, because a lot of music is not instantly popular or successful. It takes many iterations of the cycle of being influenced and creativity, the creative impulse manifesting in different generations of people before some music is regarded as significant. Like there are plenty of examples of music that was not regarded at the time of its initial recording or release, but 20 or 30 years later has acquired a significance because of its influence or because of its lasting cultural value. And the principal problem with digital recording is that it is temporary. There's no final physical archival master that you can put on a shelf and come back to in 100 years and resurrect the session so that you can hear what was going on in the studio. in the way that there is in an analog, sort of by default in an analog session. By default in an analog session, you record a multi-track master tape, and the sound on that master tape is never going to disappear. The recording will be there in 100 years or 200 years or whatever. You record a stereo master for final release, and that master tape as well is also not going to disappear. And I have been involved, I've been making records for long enough that I have already been involved in like the silver anniversary of some records that I've recorded. And in almost every case, when there has been a special edition made of a silver anniversaries or, you know, some significant anniversary, there has been extra material from the original session that was used or that was introduced to an audience for the first time. And that was possible because the master tapes have survived, and the technology for playing back analog master tapes is open, and by open I mean non-proprietary. There is no limitation on who could make a tape machine to play back an analog recording tape. None of those technologies are private, are held or controlled by the concept of intellectual property. They're all sort of public. And so the analog master tapes never expire. They never get to a point where they're no longer usable, where you can no longer retrieve the music off of them, which is not true of any of the digital formats that I have been exposed to. I've been doing this for a long enough time that starting in the 1970s, there was great anticipation of a digital future for music recording. And every few months or years, there would be a new proposed universal future standard for digital recording that would be the proprietary product of a technology company. And so sequentially, all of these different companies made their own digital things, none of which were compatible with each other. And then, of course, all of those products expired as technology marched on, and all of those digital recordings then became unplayable, and all of that equipment ended up becoming sort of impossible to interface with contemporary equipment. And the same thing happens in the computer paradigm now that computers are where recording is principally being done digitally. Because computer technology advances and becomes more powerful and more flexible according to the progression of the general computer industry, and it doesn't particularly care what happens to audio recording or any other small subset of its client base or user base. So digital recordings are quite fragile. I could demonstrate that by bringing you any of the 100 or so expired digital formats that have existed in my tenure as an engineer, and you wouldn't be able to play any of them. You wouldn't be able to resurrect any of those sessions. And it's not uncommon now, as records that were recorded in this developmental phase of digital recording come upon these significant anniversaries, that there is no way to present any of the lost or previously unheard material, because the digital sessions have essentially expired and there's no way to present that material. So I feel a heavy responsibility to the bands that I work with to make their music survive long enough for them to potentially find an audience. And I have seen it happen enough that I'm quite convinced I'm right. I mean, I was convinced I was right before I had any evidence, because I always think I'm right. But I have been at it long enough that I have seen the problems that were evident to me manifested, and I have seen, in some cases, dear friends of mine have had their entire musical history essentially disappear because the format that it was recorded on is fragile and impermanent. So I feel a heavy responsibility to the bands that I record not to let that happen. And so that has prevented me from shifting over into the digital paradigm. Like I was walking around in the studio today in the building today with Timothy, and every single work surface that you people are learning on, that you are learning how to do your professional execution on, it looks alien to me and utterly baffling, you know. And our band played last night, and at the venue there. The corner hotel, is that what it's called?
Corner Hotel.
Corner Hotel. There was a live console, and the live console also completely baffling to me. Had a little television screen in the middle, and then some silver faders, and different things were lighting up at different points during the show. Utterly baffling. Haven't the slightest idea how any of that works. So, in a sense, I am an inappropriate person to be speaking to you, you are learning how to do all of these things that I will never know how to do. And what I do have is I have the sort of arc of experience of having seen things come in and out of fashion, and having seen things come and go, and I have a lot of time on the task. You know, I've made a bajillion records, and I have... Whatever problems you encounter in your sessions, I guarantee you I have encountered those problems. And if I don't have a solution, I can at least tell you how hard it will be to find a solution. So,
what we'll do, we'll take some questions later on, but could you give us an idea that when you meet a band, what would your workflow be? I'm really interested that you keep saying engineer, and we keep calling you producer, and you kind of eschew that title of producer. Why is that? Why are you an engineer? And what's kind of your workflow when you meet a band?
Well, the sort of terminology question first. There have been historically different definitions for the term producer, right? In the beginning of the record industry, the producer was a person who was on staff at a record label who was charged with making a record. And he would do that by selecting material and then using the artist and repertoire department, connect that material with a performer, and then he would assemble musicians, and then he would conduct the sessions, and he would mix it. And in a sense, he would be the director. In the same sense that there would be a director to a film, he would be the director of the execution of the recording, right? I don't do that. Later in the sort of political progression of the record industry, there came to be independent producers, people who were known as people who could conduct sessions in a way that would satisfy the record label, and in some cases, at the direction of the artist, could be satisfying to the artist as well. So those people were hired, in a sense, to buffer the two ambitions of the musicians and the record label and create what would be a commercial product. And those people typically had kind of a signature sound, or they had something about their productions that was instantly identifiable, and that was the thing of cachet that you would want if you were hiring that person as an independent producer. I don't do that either. Then beginning in the sort of post-hip-hop era, producers were often people who would make essentially finished backing tracks that would have all of the music associated with the record, minus, say, a lead vocalist. And then that track could be applied to essentially any titular artist, or any nominal artist could be applied to that backing track that the producer had made. Sometimes they were bespoke, like if you know, a producer is working with a singer, they would make a track for that singer to do a thing. But in some cases, they had these tracks sort of stacked up on a shelf waiting for a singer to come on. Anyway, and I don't do that either. So, and in a more general sense, the producer is responsible, and this goes back to the beginning of that sort of historical arc of the term, use of the term. The producer is responsible for the artistic decisions and the management of the music and the artists and the recording. The producer is ultimately responsible for all of the decisions that are made in the making of the record, and I don't do that either. When I'm working with a band, all of those decisions that would, in the hierarchical sense, would previously have been the responsibility of a producer, all of those decisions are the responsibility of the band that I'm working with. Like, should we play it faster? Was that a good take? Do you prefer this guitar sound? Like, things like that. All of those decisions, you know, those would all be the responsibility of the band that I was working with. And the reason that I abdicate on those responsibilities is that I work with a lot of different kinds of music. And the music and my tastes as a listener are pretty fucked up. A lot of the music that I listen to is, in one way or another, kind of a catastrophe, you know, where you can tell that the people making the record were kind of going through something in the process of making the record, and they were trying to work it out in front of me, and that's what's most engaging to me, right? So I don't want to put somebody else through that and force them to make a hideous record just to suit me, right? So all of these aesthetic decisions and the technical and the practical decisions, like, you know, how many voices should we have in the backing vocal chorus? Like, should we cut that bridge out? You know, is that guitar solo too long? Like, all of those decisions, all those artistic decisions are none of my business. You know, I see my role as executing the technical aspect of the recording. And also, I feel like, in some sense, the person buying the record, the reason they're buying the record is that they have some sort of a relationship with the person making the record. They want to, you know, they want to hear that person's ideas. They want to know, they want to experience that person's creative output. And so I'm not interested really in manipulating that. I'd like them to have, like, the full suffer of whatever this person whatever kind of record they want to make. I would like their audience, and in some cases I won't even understand the kind of music that they're making. Like, if I were to try to grasp their music, it might baffle me, right? So I would much rather let them make all of those decisions so that their expression, whatever they're doing for their audience, would be genuinely them, rather than them mediated by me according to my fucked up tastes, you know. So that the working process typically starts with me having a conversation with a band about what kind of record they want to make, like what kind of records they like, what their previous recording experiences were like, what do they, you know, what are their aspirations, what do they, you know, what did they enjoy doing last time they were in the studio? What would they want to avoid? And then we'd get the band physically set up, and the sessions would start with the band playing as a live band. Not necessarily, like, for example, if it's a combo with a vocalist, the vocalist might not necessarily be singing takes live with the band. They might be doing a scratch vocal or might not be doing any kind of a vocal. I have done quite a few records where the vocalist wanted to do a vocal performance that was integrated with the band. I did an album with Iggy Pop and the Stooges when they reformed the Stooges about 10 years ago. And he was adamant about wanting to sing live takes with the band. So it's a blazing rock band, and he's going for it, you know, shirtless, the whole, you know, dancing, the whole
trousers, yeah, and the whole thing, yeah.
And every take was like he was doing a little private concert for me, you know. It was fucking awesome.
I bet it was.
And then there are other, like, more modest singers that feel like their music is the setting of the music and the vocal are wedded. And so I've done a number of records with a woman named Nina Nastasia. She has a really beautiful singing voice, really idiosyncratic guitar style. And she basically can't do one or the other. She basically can't just play the guitar without singing. And she can't sing unless she's playing the song. So all of her records, her singing has been done live with the band. And in some cases, it's essentially a pocket orchestra of like 16 or 18 people. So for all of her records, the singing was done as a live take as part of the band. There's a guy named Jason Molina who is dead now, but he put records out under the name Songs Ohio and then ultimately the Magnolia Electric Company. And he was the same way. Like, he couldn't fathom his songs as being separately music and singing. He could only conceive of them as being one unit. So even when he was working with like a full blazing rock band, he wanted to be able to sing and sort of lead the band with his singing. And so in those cases, you have to record the singing, the final take of the singing as part of the live take. But most of the time, the music is recorded first and then the vocals are superimposed later. And then we proceed from doing live takes of songs to doing vocals and then overdubs and any like special secret sauce. And then at some point during the session, you'll get to a point where you have a number of songs that are finished in terms of recording, and then a number that still have things left to be done. And once you get to that point, you can do anything. You could mix a song, you could do an overdub, you could do a vocal, you could do whatever you need. So what doesn't happen in sessions that I'm working on is that you don't do all of the tracking, and then all of the overdubbing, and then all of the vocals, and then all of the mixing. Because that tends to telescope a lot of decisions toward the very end of the session, and then end up having to make like just a stupefying number of decisions at the very last moment when you're sort of wrapping everything up. You have everything that you could have decided along the way, you now have to decide at the last minute, which I find quite terrifying.
Which is the beauty of tape, where we started many years ago. The idea that you only had 4 tracks. You use 4 tracks, you bounce them onto one track, you make some more tracks, you bounce that, and once that's locked in, it's locked in, you can't change it. I mean, we're interested here that you kind of get into this notion of hyper-reality. You're making this thing that isn't real. It's a cut and paste job. Now, I guess what you're advocating here is we avoid that.
Well, I think that's an aesthetic. That's fine. I don't have an objection to doing things that way. But speaking again as someone who has respect for what the band is doing as part of their innate day-to-day existence. Like they're working on music in a certain way. Every day they go into the rehearsal room, they play their songs in a certain way. Every time they go on stage, they play in a certain way. I don't feel like it's my job when they come into the studio to tell them that they're doing it wrong and they have to stop all of that and do it my way.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like the best starting point is normal, like, or using a slightly more abstract term, naturalistic. You know, I feel like if you start from a position of abstraction, if you start by saying, oh no, we're not going to do things the way you always do, we're going to do things in a different way that makes you uncomfortable and where you can't hear the results but you have to imagine them, then I find it hard to imagine that that could get to a naturalistic result if that was the desired effect. Whereas if you start from a position of normal, natural process, you can very easily stylize it from there. Like if you want to replace the rhythm section of a live take, you can. That's easy. But if you don't have a live rhythm take, you can't synthesize one later because it's a factual impossibility that people have not played together. So it won't sound as though they have played together, you know. So I think starting from a position of minimal interference with the band's normal procedure and carrying on with some respect for what the band has brought into the studio in the first place, I feel like that's the least I can offer them, you know. Kind of a Hippocratic perspective of, if your song sounded great the last time you played it on stage, it should sound that good when you play it in the studio. You don't have to trust me that it's, you know, you don't have to, you know, trust me that at the end we're going to synthesize that experience. You can just go ahead and play it the way you always do every day, and then you can, you know, have your familiar experience in the studio, but in the studio.
Now, in that little discussion, the word that kept coming up was vocals, vocals, vocals. How do I go about capturing those perfect vocal takes?
In my experience, vocalists that are confident and that enjoy the sound of their own voice are very easy to record. People who have been pressed into service as a vocalist in a band where there was a kind of a, well, somebody has to sing, you know, or people who come from a tradition of, or who have an expectation that the vocals will be presented in a very stylized manner. Those vocal sessions are the most difficult ones, because it's not the case that somebody can just knock it out and be happy with it. They want an end result which may be several steps away from just an organic performance. So the thing to do is to have a conversation with the vocalist and make sure that you understand what kind of sound they're shooting for, what records do they like, who are the people that they emulate in their singing style, and in some cases, like, people don't want to cop to that sort of stuff. So they won't just come out and say, "Yeah, I'm basically imitating Dylan and everything," or I'm basically imitating, a certain vocalist or whatever. But you listen to their stuff and you can discern what they're trying to do, and then you just try to avoid putting up procedural obstacles. I've noticed that a lot of people spend a lot of time on the talkback, like coaching vocalists, giving them, like, can you go up at the end of that line? Can you hang on to that syllable a little bit more? Okay. Can you wibble your voice a little more in that? Like, it doesn't sound very intense. Can you make it a little more? All that sort of stuff is turning the vocalist into a kind of a synthesizer, kind of a vocal synthesizer, and you're wibbling the knobs through the talkback. And I tend not to do that. I tend to let the vocalist try to do it, to do a take the way they've always done it, the way they imagine it, and then have a conversation with them about what they feel isn't right, and then let them direct themselves into doing it better. I do think the headphone mixes and stuff like that are important. I've run into a number of instances where if someone is just singing open in the room, their pitch is fantastic and they have good control of their voice. But when they're listening to a compressed version of their vocal on the headphones, they lose all of their ability to modulate the intensity of their voice, because they're losing the organic cues that they hear singing naturally. So I found that whether you're compressing the vocal to tape or to the recording or not, I found that for people like that, they often sing better if you send them a raw feed from the microphone for their headphones rather than the processed signal that's being recorded. Because the processed signal is taking away a lot of the cues that they normally have regarding their vocal dynamics and things like that. So that's a little trick, I suppose. Another thing is that when you're speaking normally or singing normally, a lot of what you hear as your own voice is the resonance of your skull and your sinuses and the bone conduction. And when you put headphones on, you remove the outside acoustic information, but you still have all of that bone conduction. And then the signal is reinserted into your ears, and there can often be a latency or a phase difference between the signal that's coming into your ears and the organic signal that's coming through your sinuses and through your bone conduction. So I found that experimenting with flipping the polarity of the headphone send can make a big difference for some people, because then it will reinforce the natural sound of their voice inside their head, and it won't sound as though their voice is sort of in this separated thing sticking in their ears.
Everyone's busy writing that one down, as you were saying. They've all got the notebooks out. Still on vocals, you've talked very much about the ephemeral stuff. Do you have like a favourite microphone that I've got to use a 1947 UB blah blah blah? I
mean, the great vocal microphones, the microphones that you see in all the pictures of all the great singers, those are great vocal microphones, and they've proven themselves over time. So if you can find a good condition C12 or U47 or an RCA 44 or an RCA 77, like, those are fantastic vocal microphones, and they have proven themselves in battle. You've heard a million records with those on them, and they sound great, right? It's rare that you run into one of those microphones. At our studio, we have a massive collection of microphones, several hundred microphones, and it's not the case that I can pick one microphone to use on every vocalist. it isn't unusual to put up 2 or 3 vocal microphones and let the vocalist hear his own voice or her own voice on them and make a decision. And in some cases, I'll be listening in the control room, and I'll think, well, that sounds great. That sounds really sweet, and it sounds really good. And then when the vocalist gets a chance to pick, they'll pick a microphone that sounds quite different because it's more in tune with their conception of their singing. And I think it's always important in my mind to honor those kinds of decisions. Like if a vocalist hears himself or herself and says, well, that doesn't sound like me, but that does sound like me, then I'll choose that one 100% of the time, even if it doesn't suit me, even if I don't think it sounds good. I did a record with a punk band, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and the vocalist had done sort of hobby recordings of his own singing. And when it came time to record the vocals, he said, okay, I want to sing through my guitar amplifier, and I want to record it with an SM57 poked through the bottom of a red Solo cup. You know what a Solo cup is?
Yeah.
Like the disposable beer cups.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, that's an odd first step, But he said, yeah, I did it that way for this session a long time ago, and I've been doing it that way ever since, and I love it.
Yeah.
I was like, all right then. So that's what we did. We had him. He sang through. He had handheld a microphone, sang through his guitar amplifier, put an SM57 through the ass end of a red Solo cup, put it on a mic stand in front of the amplifier. To my ears, it sounded brittle and shrill and horrid, and really unpleasant. It was very difficult to balance with the music because it was such a piercing sound, right? When he came in the control room and listened to it, he clapped his hands like, that's perfect.
He's paying the money. He's right.
Well,
yeah.
It's not so much that he's like paying for it. It's that he has experience.
Yeah.
It's his voice. He hears it every day. He knows what he likes. It's none of my business to try to talk him out of what he likes, And if he's going to resonate, there might be some kid in his audience that hears that, and that's one of the things that animates that music for that kid. And if I burnished that down and got rid of that, then I would have, cheated that kid and this singer from having that relationship, from having that interaction. And that's the whole fucking point. That's the whole reason that he bothers doing it, is because there's this innate urge to create and communicate. And if my aesthetics are too wimpy to suffer what he wants to organically do, that's my problem. It's not his problem.
Have you been in the position where someone's been looking for that magic bullet? They've been looking for the Steve Albini magic fingerprint thing, and then they've turned around and went, wow, that was awesome, man. That's what we needed. Or the other end of the spectrum where they went, I thought you could do a better job than that.
I've blown sessions like everybody else, yeah. But as far as like the specific magic sound is concerned, that's all the stuff you discern from the conversation that you have at the beginning of the session. Like, if you've hired me to do your record, why did you hire me? Are there particular records I've done that you like, where you think the aesthetic would suit your band? Or was it just that we were available on Wednesday, and also I'm something of a bargain in terms of like the cost of doing a session in a fully professional analog studio with good equipment and nice acoustics and trained staff and stuff like that. I mean, it's hard to get into that for less than a few $1,000s a day, and it's possible to do that at our studio. So a certain amount of our business is just people who are bargain hunting, and I'm not proud.
Okay, my boss, Gareth Parton down there, he's my boss, he reckons that you have a Steve Albini sound specifically around the drums and stuff. What would you say to Gareth to
Well, I
answer
can
that?
tell you that there was a shift in aesthetics. Bands whose principal experience is playing live typically identify with the live sound of their band. That is a slightly ambient sound, the sound of the band playing in the room. And when I started making records in the 1980s, the production style in the sort of mainstream, the professional studio business, was very stylized, very dry. In a lot of cases, drummers were not allowed to play on records. They were replaced by drum machines. There was a lot of synthetic reverb that was all like very Spielbergian and beyond, you know, beyond the natural experience, right? And then starting with punk rock and carrying on from there, bands were much more interested in an organic sound. And so I developed my techniques trying to satisfy that urge. Like, instead of dampening and gating all the drums or replacing the drums with samples or using a drum machine to simulate a drummer, I was leaving the drum kit as it walked in the door. Like, no, don't put any dampening on it. Just let the drummer play the drum kit that he normally plays. Instead of deadening the drums in a dead room so that you hear just the sound of the individual drums and not the contribution of the room, I was recording the room sound in addition to the close sound, so that the drummer could hear on the record the way that the drum sounded when he played them in the room. And so that was the beginning of that aesthetic. If I have any, like, the signature sound that you're describing is, I think, boils down to the aesthetic of the scene that I was in at the time, the punk scene and the post-punk rock band scene, bands wanting a more naturalistic presentation. And so where I had the opportunity, when I was working in a room that had decent ambience, decent acoustics, I was always trying to utilize, or at least have the option of utilizing, the ambient room sound. You know, so that became a big part of a lot of the records that I worked on, where when you heard the drums, it didn't sound like a stylized studio recording or like a digital simulacrum of a drum kit. It sounded, you're trying to emulate or recreate the sense memory of hearing the drums playing in the room. And the same with the guitars and the bass. Instead of having 30 layers of guitar playing a guitar part to try to evoke some sense of awesome massiveness, you just have a guitar player playing his guitar in a room that's flattering. And it worked out that suited the people that I was working with at a time when there was a change in the sort of overall aesthetic of the music scene, where people were becoming sensitized to that again, having lived through the sort of Wang Chung era, in the 80s. People were responding to, they were reacting against that and responding well toward a more naturalistic, more sort of organic rock band sound. So a lot of my client base came from that world. But then that aesthetic started to transfer over to all my other clients as well. Like, I've done a dozen records with a country and western singer named Robbie Fulks, and his aesthetic is very similar to that. And the last few albums that he's done haven't even had drums on them. They've just been, acoustic ensembles. But the organic sound of the band playing in the room is a big part of his aesthetic as well. And then I've done records for electronic artists where their conception of their instrument or their music is precisely what comes out of their device, without the contribution of the outside world, without anything else going to it. And working with those people is also, in a manner, paying respect to what their aesthetic is. So I don't try to simulate like an organic, naturalistic live sound when you're dealing with a source that's fundamentally electronic or fundamentally abstracted like that. So, and if a band came to me and said, we want that Steve Albini sound, I would be obliged to continue the conversation and ask them, which records that I've worked on were they responding to that they thought had that sound. Because, if someone is I've been in the studio for every one of those records, so to me, they all seem totally different, Like, I feel like it's been a total, like a brand new struggle every day. But if you're just listening to a handful of records that are all sort of idiomatically similar, it's quite easy to imagine that being one sound or one aesthetic. But I've done quite, like the acoustic records that I've worked on, like records that are entirely acoustic material, like Robbie's stuff, a lot of the Nina Anastasia records, the Joanna Newsom records that I've done. That sound, the sound of those records, doesn't correlate particularly well with the hard rock sort of stuff or the heavy metal stuff or the punk stuff that I've done. But what they have in common is that the person playing the instrument feels like the recording is representative and isn't moved and abstracted away from what they hear every day.
Does that answer your question, Gareth? Sort of.
If what you're specifically asking about is the room sound on the drums, typically I try to record the drums in a lively room with nothing in it, empty the room out of all the baffles and chairs and crap and cabinets and stuff, and make the room as lively as possible. If it's a room that has a flattering acoustic, make it as lively as possible. Typically record close mics on the drums, a stereo pair to pick up the stereo sound of the cymbals in the top of the kit. Sometimes additional spot mics over the cymbals, sometimes not. Sometimes it's just a stereo pair in front of the drum kit. And then at a distance from the drums, out in the room, not necessarily in the far corner of the room, but maybe a third of the way or 2/3 of the way out into the room, I'll have an omnidirectional microphone on either side of the drum kit. And those microphones I'll often use a pre-delay of 18 to 30 milliseconds on those room mics. And this is a somewhat technical audience, so I can explain why. If you're sitting at the drums and you're playing the drums, and the sound leaves the drum kit and bounces off the far walls and comes back to you, the initial reflection from that will be at a time correlated with the distance, physical distance to the wall, and then back to you. That round trip. Like, so if the wall is, say, 20 feet away or 15 feet away, sound leaves the drum kit, goes out, hits that wall, turns around, comes back. So that might be a total round trip time of about 30 milliseconds or something like that. So when you're playing the drums, you're hearing a reflected sound that's approximately 30 milliseconds after your initial strokes. Now, if I put a microphone out in the room that's, say, 10, 15 feet away, and then play that microphone back with the close microphones in the control room, the acoustic delay between the drum kit and that ambient microphone is only going to be about 15 milliseconds. In other words, it's going to be about half what you would experience if you were in the room playing the drums. As a genuine acoustic effect, you'd be hearing about half of the initial delay, right? So I often add delay to those microphones to simulate the organic sound that you would hear if you were playing the drums from the listeners, from the playing position. What would it sound like? And so, like, I'm sure if you've had any experience in the studio, you've probably had this experience where a drummer plays the drums in the room and he says, wow, the drums sound fantastic right here where I'm sitting. It sounds great. And then you string up the close mics and you do a take, and he comes into the studio and it's like, yeah, that's okay, I guess. Yeah. And a big part of that is they're not hearing the acoustic experience. They don't have the sense memory of the acoustic experience that they had while they were playing. And so that little trick of delaying the room microphones can go some distance, some ways toward making the listening experience in the control room more similar to what it's like when you're sitting at the drums. And that's true for a lot of different things as well. It's like if I often record vocals in a large live room. Instead of using synthetic reverb, I'll use the natural room ambience as ambience on the vocals. And it's the same thing. Like, if the vocalist is singing full voice in a room, you hear the contribution of the room. It's making certain notes sing and sustain, and certain notes are being modulated slightly, and it sounds cool and interesting, right? But if you just record the microphone right up next to the vocalist, you're not hearing any of that, and so you lose the flattering effect of a room that's sympathetic to a vocalist. So I often record a vocal in a large live room and use the natural room ambience instead of trying to synthesize a reverb or an ambience later. And one of the reasons that I don't use synthetic ambience is that an algorithmic effect can never simulate true stereo in the way that an actual stereo recording can. If you record a bunch of individual signals and send them through an algorithmic reverb, they're all propagating through that synthetic space from the same starting point. But, for example, a piano, like one end of the piano is 11 feet away from the other end of the piano, and this key is 6 feet from that key. And this one might be right next to the wall, and this one might be out in the middle of the room. So the reverberant sound in the room is going to depend on all of those effects. And if you just have a close recording of the piano when you plug it into the reverb, it's as though they were all those sounds were emanating from a point in a mythical space. And so it never sounds realistic. It never sounds natural to me. There are a very small number of room simulation reverbs, digital room simulation reverbs, that use what are called gunshot samples or convolution samples of genuine recording spaces. And those are more realistic and more naturalistic, I think, than the algorithmic reverbs. But they still don't effectively simulate stereo recording. So, and especially for something as big and complex as a drum kit, for example, where you've got the hi-hat here and the ride cymbal 8 feet away over here and a floor tom over here. Like, all of those things contribute to the effect of the sound coming into the room. And if you're not actually recording the room, you're trying to simulate that, you're never going to be able to, from an analytical standpoint, it would be a nightmare to try to figure out how to do all of that. I've seen fairly recently, it's come into vogue to do a lot of track shifting on the drums to phase align the snare drum in all the different microphones. I've seen that as touted as a cure-all for making drums sound good. And again, that seems slightly crazy to me. I have heard sessions done that way, and I've heard sessions not done that way, and I couldn't say that one or the other sounded better. I don't think that it's necessarily a good idea, and it does take a lot of time, so I wouldn't bother.
Good answer. Steve, in that conversation you mentioned the room, and I know electrical audio, you went to a lot of time, money and effort to make that room your version of perfect. Maybe talk us through that process of Adobe bricks and building the place and getting that room.
Well, not everybody is going to get a chance to record in a custom-built acoustic space, and I don't think that's important. Before I built electrical audio, I had a bungalow on the north side of Chicago, and we recorded in the basement of that bungalow, and I used the natural room sound in that basement as well. I've been in hundreds of studios around the world, and most of them, some of them sound genuinely terrible, and the professionally designed spaces with no character to them whatsoever. But in each of those places, there's probably, a storage room or a cellar or a garage or an adjacent building or something like that, where the acoustics might be interesting. And it's quite common for me to use non-studio spaces when I'm in a recording studio, because the acoustic character of them is more interesting than the controlled dead environment in the studio. I don't think it's important to work in a carefully acoustically controlled environment. It's nice to be in a professionally designed, flattering studio, but the bulk of recording these days is not being done in studios. The bulk of recording is now being done in sort of, bedrooms and rehearsal spaces and living spaces and lofts and that kind of stuff. And all of those places can have an interesting sound character. Some of my favorite recordings, I did a record for a Swedish band called The Souls, and they were recording in a studio in a small town called Vecchio in Sweden. And that studio had been famous in the 1970s for producing a lot of pop hits, a lot of Swedish pop hits. Beautiful Neve console, fantastic 16-track tape machine, lovely microphone collection, absolutely gutless acoustics, like completely dead. Every space in the place was like just where sound goes to die,
Yeah.
So, and that's fine for some things. Like if you want a very close-up, very photographic, intimate recording of something, that can be fine. But this was a band that wanted that sort of raucous, body bashing sound. So there was a shed next to the studio where the local farmer would park his tractor. And the studio owner said, I asked the studio owner if it would be possible to use the shed. And he like went away and went and talked to the farmer for a while and came back and said, yeah, you can record in the shed. So we did the bulk of the band's recording in the shed next to this famous studio that had many hit records, you know. And I think it's always possible to make use of the ambience in the room. It's not necessary. In some cases, it sounds better without ambience, but it's always worth a listen. You know, it's always worth. If you walk around a room and clap and stomp and whistle, and if you find a spot where you think it sounds really cool and very engaging, and where you feel like the room is contributing some of the energy to the sound, that's a good starting point. That's a good spot to start. Like, okay, we'll stand here and we'll try singing there, you know, that kind of thing.
I mean, I love all those old stories of Tom Dowd using stairwells and Jerry Wexler using, and even Martin Zero Hannett with Joy Division going out on the roof. So you've got no reverb and no reflection whatsoever. And you've got this state-of-the-art studio and poor drummers up on the roof on the rain playing drums. Okay, we've got the drums captured. We've got that natural Steve Albini sound. We get rid of the drummer. We come to the mix process. You're going to plug millions of gates and compressors in, and you're going to do all types of clever side chaining things, are you?
Probably not. There's a very...
I was playing devil's advocate there, by the way. Yeah.
There is partly because I've been brought up through the analog tradition, and partly because it just suits my personality, I prefer to get things sounding satisfying before we move on. So in the initial setup of the session, on the first playback of the live take, you know, on the playback of the live take, it should sound basically like you want the record to sound. You know, if you're not happy with that, if you're thinking, well, okay, we'll start with that, but that sucks. We'll deal with that later. Then that's going to be a problem, because you can't necessarily solve all of your problems after the fact. I'm a strong proponent of getting the basic sounds very satisfying and tuned in, and getting the bulk of the work done in the basic recording, and not leaving yourself a bunch of decisions to make later. I've noticed in some digital sessions that come into our studio that there ultimately are hundreds of tracks, and I've never had more than 24 tracks on. Well, I mean, there are very, very few instances where I've needed to fly in some extra stuff, but basically 24 tracks is an awful lot of tracks to deal with, you know. When you get up into the hundreds of tracks, then it's impossible to maintain focus and attention to all of them. So you end up just sloughing a bunch of stuff off and like just not dealing with it, you know. And I find that kind of an irresponsible attitude. So my experience is that in the analog tradition, where I learned my trade, the majority of your effort is spent in the recording process. That is, getting sounds right, getting performances right, making sure you have a good take, making sure everybody's physically comfortable, and making sure the performance kicks ass and it sounds awesome. The majority of the effort is spent in that phase. And then the mixing is fairly straightforward. You're rebalancing, you're suiting individual moments of the song, you know, moving things around for emphasis, maybe adding some special effects or that sort of thing. But generally speaking, the bulk of the work is done prior to the mixing stage. In digital sessions, I've noticed that an awful lot of stuff is done where there's just a lot of capturing of sounds, and then there's an extended session at the end where they try to sort it all out. And I don't think I could do a session that way. I don't think that way, and I also think I would be overwhelmed by that number of decisions.
Okay, I'm going to go to my crib sheet here, and one of the questions was, and it's quite pertinent to what we've been talking about, is do you ever mix with vinyl in mind? And if so, how does that influence your mixing strategies? Who was that question from? No one's going to own up to that question. I actually I chose it because I thought it was a really good question.
Yeah. The short answer is no. When I'm mixing, I'm trying to make it sound awesome for the band according to their aesthetic. And I I'm aware that there are some limitations to vinyl, but the better mastering engineers can make compensations that will make it so that those limitations minimally impinge on your session. And when I say minimally, I mean you should, at this stage, you should be able to get a vinyl record that is really close to the master tape. Really much closer than during the 60s or the 70s. Like, we actually entered a kind of a golden age of vinyl record production where in the 60s and 70s records were typically cut into lacquer. There were production jobs where not that much attention was paid to each record. Often there were production copies made. There were tapes made with EQ changes and mastering compensations and stuff. That there was a copy made, and then that tape was cut as the production master for the lacquers. And for hit records where they needed millions of copies, that production master would get played dozens of times or hundreds of times while they made copy after copy. And then sometimes that tape would be duplicated and shipped to different territories. So the Australian one would be a fourth or fifth generation from the master tape that was used in the studio. And that's not necessary now. If you send your tape to a reputable mastering house, they're going to cut directly from your master tape, which was a luxury that was not afforded bands like the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and the Rolling Stones. They were never allowed that kind of clarity. So any dipshit independent band now can get a better master made of their record than the Rolling Stones could, which is a kind of an interesting paradox, really. Because now the press runs are so small that vinyl records are no longer a commodity. They're an artisanal product. So the quality of the pressings is much, much better now. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember the Dynagroove era. There were records that were as thin as a sheet of paper, and then they had a thick rim around the outside edge to sort of stabilize them. And if you wibbled them in your hands, they would flop like a diaphragm. They would wop, 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 right? Awful sounding fucking records, really noisy, really poor tracking. They skipped all the time. They're super prone to warping. But and that was because they were trying to minimize the cost of the polyvinyl chloride that they used in the pressing, trying to use as little as possible. And now it's totally standard to have 150, 180 gram LPs, even for dipshit independent bands. They can get better quality records manufactured. There's also direct metal mastering now, which was an esoteric thing that Deutsche Grammophon invented in the 70s, and they held a patent on it, and so they wouldn't let anyone else do it. So Deutsche Grammophon classical albums
the classical ones were the ones I remember.
Could be direct metal cut, and you'd get a fantastic Vivaldi or whatever. But Led Zeppelin, fuck you. But now you can use original master tapes. They can be cut directly into metal. You can have small production runs of very high quality vinyl records. So it's possible now to have much, much, much better quality, just as an everyday thing, as a matter of course. You get better vinyl records now than you could during the heyday of the vinyl era.
How much of when you finish that and you hand it on to the mastering people, and maybe you could talk about who's the best sound engineer in shellac, whether it's you or Bob or whatever, and just maybe talk about mastering. How do you feel about letting go of something, giving it to a mastering engineer, and have you ever been disappointed with what's come back from the mastering people, or in reverse, have you ever stood back and gone, oh my goodness me, I can't believe how good that sounds?
I have never heard a mastered version of a record and thought that it was better than the experience of listening to the master tape. The absolute best, apart from a couple of instances where very specific problems had been solved, like there was a level mismatch in one portion of a song going to another, that sort of thing. Apart from those kind of trivial, like minor corrections, the best that you can hope for from a master is to have it revive the experience of listening to it in the studio. Like when you're listening to the record played back in the studio, you should be thinking, oh, this sounds fucking awesome. And then when you hear the mastered version at home, you should be thinking, well, this sounds fucking awesome, And to the degree that those are similar experiences, it's a successful master. My experience has been that the best mastering engineers do very little. They will do what you instruct them to do regarding any technical changes, like, okay, this song is too bassy, can you thin the bottom end out a little? this song's a little dull, can you brighten it up a little? This song sounds a little too quiet coming out of that song, can you boost it up a little? Like, they will do those directed changes and do them in a way that where they're not obtrusive, but they don't fuck with the sound too much. And whenever a mastering engineer is trying to impress his client by how awesome he can make their master sound, that there's a presumption there that you got it wrong in the studio, and that the mastering engineer is going to straighten it all out for you. And that kind of hubris I find really unflattering. And in my experience, the best mastering engineers have the same respect for the master tape that comes into their studio as the sort of respect that I have for the music that the band brings in with them into the recording studio. I don't want to meddle with that unless I'm told to meddle with it. And I don't think a mastering engineer should be trying to hype your record up without being specifically told to. And generally speaking, mastering is now, in the way mastering developed was that mastering was the final necessary production step prior to pressing records. You had to make a master. You had to make a lacquer master, or in the CD era, you had to make a digital master from which the CDs would be made, whatever. And in the process of doing that, you can make small adjustments. And those small adjustments to stereo image or dynamic range or frequency response or level, whatever, those small adjustments eventually became supreme in importance to mastering engineers, because that was the only influence that they had on the record. So that those small changes have now become the sort of definition of mastering. And I think it's important to remember the historical context, and the utility of it is that the mastering is the first manufacturing step. That's where they make the disc from which your records will be pressed, or that's where they make the digital master from which the CDs will be made, or whatever. And that's the important part. Getting that part right is difficult enough. The other stuff, like, you know, buffing it up to a shine, that sort of stuff I think is enormously overrated. And mastering engineers who pride themselves on how much work they do in that regard, how much more pretty or how much more powerful they can make things, I typically have bad results from mastering engineers like that. The best mastering studio that I've ever used is Abbey Road. The cutting rooms at Abbey Road, fantastic transfer equipment, fantastic monitoring, very well-trained engineers, great lathes, the same very high-quality equipment that they've been using forever. They've cut all your favorite records. You know, it's a joy working there. And I don't know if anybody has this, but 2 years ago, I think, there was an anniversary edition of the Nirvana album that I worked on called In Utero. There was a double 12-inch 45 deluxe version of that was cut direct into metal from the original master tapes at Abbey Road, minimal plating and processing, 180-gram vinyl records. That is as good as I know how to make a record. Wow. Like if you're looking for like the process done in the traditional manner as well as it can possibly be executed, they really went to the wall for that. So if you can find a copy of that, I think the experience of listening to that and then listening to, say, a bought-in-the-store version from 25 years ago should be somewhat enlightening, or 20 years ago. How long ago was it? 20 years. So if you have like a store-bought copy from 1993 and then play the double 12-inch super deluxe version from 2013, you'll hear, in my opinion, the difference between sort of perfunctory mastering and manufacturing and then dedicated high-quality hi-fi mastering and pressing.
So put that record on your Hanukkah Christmas list. That's the record to get. What about this whole loudness wars argument that's kind of been raised, that mastering engineers, they're there in between the creatives and the commerciality, and the two bits of this business, the creative side of the business and the commercial side, where they meet is kind of in that mastering liminal space, and these guys are just trying to get every record louder than everything else. Let's suck all the dynamics out of it.
Well, I think it's important to recognize that the commercial side of it, that is the record labels and the industry, is collapsing at a rate that we can basically forget about it. Like, we basically don't have to concern ourselves with what the suits want, right? I've always hated that term. That's why I used finger quotes to indicate an intellectual distance between me and that term.
You could use three
Yeah,
to show
use three.
postmodern
Extra
intellectual
irony. Yeah. My friend Tim Midget invented the triple finger air quote for extra irony. But anyway, so for a start, who cares what the imaginary commercial considerations are? If those people really knew what they were talking about, they would have nothing but hit records. They would be millionaires, and they wouldn't be in the room with us. You know, we don't. So we can ignore them. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. We do know that when you were in the studio, you were listening to a record, and you were making decisions about it, and you were deciding to yourself when you were happy with it. And so the mastering engineer shouldn't presume that you were wrong when you were happy back in the control room. And I think it's a mistake to presume that things need to be made better all the time. I think an awful lot of things are fine just the way they are, you know. And the loudness wars concept, my bandmate Bob Weston would be a better person to talk about this than me. He's actually a mastering engineer. I've just had to suffer mastering engineers. I'm not an actual mastering engineer. But I think the term is crest factor, that shows the difference in average loudness and peak loudness, which describes the perceived loudness of a thing, right? And he complains often at masters that they get where there is essentially no dynamic range, where over the course of an entire album, you know, they'll put it up on the screen to look at it for editing purposes, and it'll just look like a sausage, like it starts at the beginning and then goes to the end, or you know, or a 2x4, even if it doesn't taper off at either end. And as a listener, I'm fatigued when I hear productions like that. But not every record is made to cater to me, so I understand that there is an aesthetic where people want this kind of an overwhelming, blown-out sound. And I'm not prepared to tell those people they're wrong. But for the records that I work on, the majority of the time, the people are looking for a naturalistic representation of their music, and that is definitely not a naturalistic presentation. So.
No, we've lots of discussions here. You've seen all the equipment we've got. I think we're very well equipped about how much we should compress stuff and, you know, lay off. I mean, as young early career professionals, everyone's here tries every method, you know, and they're searching for the thing. Really good question here. I'm just going to pick some at random. It's really been a lean month, and you're approached by a band that totally and utterly suck. Who asked that question? Who was that? Oh, it's Dave Turner. Well done, Dave Turner. Do you take the gig?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been making records for 30 years or so. I think I've declined, on artistic grounds, I think I've declined 2. Yeah.
Are you allowed to tell us who they are? Or,
well,
or hint?
It's not that enlightening. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna.
Okay. No,
it's not even particularly saucy. But the point is, the moment you start passing judgment on your clients is the moment that your clients should become suspicious of you. If I'm in a band and I bring my band to the studio, the last fucking thing I want is that engineer deciding whether or not my band is good enough. I know my band is good enough. That's why we saved our money for 6 months. That's why we came here. We know we're good enough. You don't get an opinion on my band. I think you go to the barber and you tell the barber what kind of haircut you want. He is not in a position to tell you you're wrong. You know.
Yeah, you've got to have dreadlocks.
Yeah,
no, I don't want them. Yeah.
Right. And I think we are in a service industry. The musicians, the community of musicians needs people to record them. And that's what we're there for. We're not there to imprint our artistic statement on the world. We're not there to fire our rockets in the air. We are there to enable people who are doing the hard work of hauling their asses up and down the country, playing 100 shows a year, of saving their fucking money to buy a new amplifier because the old one took a shit on them, of hauling their gear up and down the stairs, of practicing, of putting up with the fucking drummer's brother again and again and again and again. They're doing the hard part, right? The least we can do is let them make the kind of record they want to make. Yeah. And it doesn't fucking matter if you like it or not. And I will go as far as to say that I think it's rude to form an opinion about whether you like or don't like a band's music when they're in the studio. And I'll explain in giving you two cases. First band comes in the studio. I really like their music. I get super into it. I get sort of emotionally attached to it. I go above and beyond. You know, I work through dinner. I like bust my hump. Like, you know, I throw in a few extra hours of studio time. I throw in some materials. You know, like I buy him a case of beer. You know, what an incredible experience that was. I'm going to be a part of this thing. You know, that's it. So right. Next band comes in. They play a kind of music that I don't like, and then I don't do all of those things, and then I don't go the extra mile for that band. Then those two bands have paid for the same, presumably competent experience in the studio, and they didn't both get it. Only one of them got a fair shake. Like I feel like passing judgment on your clients is fundamentally wrong. I've described it this way before, and I like the analogy, so I'm going to use it again. You have to be like a gynecologist, right? Yeah. You have to have a professional relationship with the vagina. You're not supposed to be getting turned on by it. You're not supposed to be thinking, "Oh, I'm not going in there." It's none of your business, right? And it's genuinely none of your business what kind of music your clients want to make. And I feel like the more the technical staff, like the engineers and the producers, and the more people like that want to meddle with that stuff, the more dilute the experience that band has is, and the more dilute the relationship they have with their audience is, because their audience is no longer hearing what they're doing. Their audience is now hearing a kind of a moderated or curated version of what that band is doing, and also, like, I'm going to be wrong a lot of the time. I did a record for a band that was, at the time, was kind of famous in America. They were called Bush. It was their second album. Their first album had been hugely successful. I was doing their second album. And there was this song that they kept coming back to again and again in this session. And I thought it was a turkey. Like, just, you know, if I had an opinion about it, it would be like it was the weakest song of the batch, right? And at one point, you know, they asked everyone to put together a sequence for the album, because they had more songs than they needed for the album. So like, okay, hey, everybody put together a running order for what you think the album should be, right? And they asked me to do one as well. I don't normally do things like that, but they asked me to do one, so I said, all right, whatever. And I tried to put together a sequence for an album that I thought would be satisfying, right? I left that song off because it was a piece of shit, right? Everybody else in the band had that song either starting side one or at the top of side one, right? Really into that song. Okay, all right, uncle, you know. So we put the album out, and I was to being 100% honest, the song that I thought was a turkey also seemed to be crudely imitating the band The Pixies.
Oh, okay.
So,
right.
And this is a band who'd already gotten, in a critical sense, had already gotten their ass handed to them for sounding like Nirvana. And so here's an English band doing what I thought was a very broad caricature of another American band, like a very slavish imitation of an American band. I thought they were just going to get fucking murdered, you know, right? So this album comes out, the song comes out, it's the first single. The song that I thought was a piece of shit. First single. Goes straight to number one. It's their only number one single in their whole career. Two very successful albums. They only had one number one single, and that was it. So, I mean, it just goes to show that, like, my tastes and what I think about the music that my clients are doing is not going to be in tune with them or their audience particularly often. So it behooves me and everybody else to keep my fucking mouth shut, you know.
Yeah, interesting. I like the old idea that in the days of the Suits, A&R would come in and play around with that, and some faceless wonder would turn up in a Mercedes-Benz in an Armani suit and kind of go, hey, I love everything you've done, except for, and then reel off, and then expect you to change it, you know. And
I was never party to any of that stuff. I heard about it. Yeah. I heard about it secondhand and third hand, but also if those people were so smart, they would make their own records and they would be millionaires, and they would not be, you know, faceless guys in Armani. They would be rock stars, you know. So we can ignore them because they clearly don't.
They're all unemployed now,
and they're all. And I think this is a sort of a meme or a trope that comes up again and again in the recording business, is that someone will say, "Oh, you have to do this for this reason," like, "Oh, I know you like the way it sounds now, but you can't have that much bass on it because it won't play on radio." Or you know, "Oh, that I know what you're thinking, but you can't start the album with a bummer because it'll turn people off," right? Whenever anybody says you have to change something for a reason that they describe to you, unless it's like a technical manufacturing reason and you're talking to an engineer about it, they're talking bullshit. They're just making that up. They're just saying, I want you to do it the way I want you to do it. And you can always ignore those situations. Like whenever you get advice from someone, or not advice, but whenever you get these sort of received wisdom about what makes something sound good on radio, or what makes something, you know, you hear this a lot, that it plays on all speakers. Like, you can play that on anything, right? And you can play anything on anything, you know? when you listen, if you call your mom on the phone, that sound coming out of the telephone, that doesn't sound like your mother. It doesn't sound like her voice, but you recognize her voice. You recognize her through it, right? You can listen to any speakers and recognize what's happening on the other side of the speakers. And I think it's a fallacy that there is some sort of compensation that you need to make out of fear of what some future listener might play your record back on. It's going to get played back on everything you can imagine, you know. So you can't predict which of those things you need to compensate for. So don't compensate for anything. You know, just make the record sound as good to you in the control room as you can. And know that your master, when you send your master off, what you were listening to sounded awesome. And if it's allowed to get through the system, then it'll sound awesome in some fashion everywhere.
I mean, the consumer has rights. If they want to put it on a crappy MP3 player and listen to it on $9, $6, $3 gas station headphones, that's their right, isn't it? They're allowed to do that. The same way the elitists can listen to it on the $40,000 Bowers and Wilkins whatevers. You know?
And also, I mean, music means different things to different people. To people who are in bands, music means a lot, but it's typically in a performance setting. Like, they're not sitting at home listening in an easy chair. They're playing music every night, and a lot of people that are in bands don't even have a hi-fi at home, you know. But then people who are serious music listeners, like, they'll have a really nice hi-fi at home, and they'll enjoy sitting on the sofa listening in stereo to a nice hi-fi system. And then there are people who just, like, you know, flip their phone on and throw it on the countertop, and then while they're working, their phone will just be farting some MP3s at them.
You've met my wife. Yeah.
And all of those relationships with music are perfectly valid. Yeah. So I'm not going to put them in a hierarchy and say that, you know, the guy that listens at home in a hi-fi, like, he's more important than the person that clicks on Spotify at work or what. I think all of those experiences are perfectly valid, because music means different things to different people. Some people are really into. Some people just want to have some sound on, and so for them, like, pop music or whatever conventional, like, hits and stuff, that's fine. They don't care about the content of what they're listening to. They don't care if it's, you know, what degree of fidelity it is. They don't even particularly care what they're singing about, or, you know, they have no deeper connection to it than that it happens to be that it's music. It's like cafeteria food. If you're hungry and you're in a cafeteria, fine, whatever, you know, it'll get the job done, you know. And then there are people who can delve deeper and deeper into it, and I like to think that all of those experiences are valid, and you shouldn't presume that the end listener is only going to be one type of person.
Good answer. What band, what genre, band I'd like to know really, has done it for you out of all the last 100 years of music? There must be a band that's the signature that you put on that you're going to listen to forever.
There's a pantheon of a dozen or so bands, a dozen or so people or bands whose music I can always find rewarding. I didn't get into music until I heard the Ramones, and then the Ramones became kind of really important to me for a while. It sort of changed the trajectory of my life, and I owe everything that I have to the Ramones in that regard. I don't think, I mean, they may not be the band that I've listened to the most in my life, but they were certainly the most influential at a point. I genuinely love a couple of singers. I think Willie Nelson is an incredible singer. He's just an evocative voice. His voice sounds so human and so like naked, and I love hearing him sing. Same with Bill Withers, a soul music singer. I mean, these are kind of personal things. Like certain eras of my life are sort of hung up on certain songs, and Bill Withers has got a couple of those. So, as far as like rock music is concerned, I'm never not satisfied by listening to a mid-period AC/DC album. You know,
they were here 2 nights ago.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I heard.
Did you get to see them?
I was busy playing a show.
Yeah, of course you were.
Yeah. And you know, those are some of the best records ever made. You know, Neil Young and Crazy Horse made a half a dozen of the best records ever made. Yeah. ZZ Top.
That's right.
You know, if you're a recording engineer and you're interested in like the sort of progression of recording, if you listen to artists that sort of went from the pop music era in the early '60s through the hard rock and psychedelic and hard rock and heavy metal era, if you listen to people whose careers sort of spanned that whole arc, you know, like Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin and people like that, you hear like the pernicious influence of technology. When you get to a certain point, you hear like they had so many tracks to play with, that they just had so many extra guitars on there that the whole thing sounds just awful, you know. And then you hear also like the inventiveness of the early stuff where they had to make do with a small number of instruments, a small number of tracks and stuff. I find that just really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, the Beatles do that for me, regardless of the material, but just how you go about making that thing and sit in wonderment sometimes. Go, how did they make that with these tools? Yes. And then we quite often go the opposite way here, that we have an infinite quality and good tools, yet we're not capable of making what it is we want to make. So what tips would you give to young people in this room that are trying to perfect their art? They're in this building for 2 years, you've seen the tools available to them, and they're all trying to work out a way of how to do it. What do they need to do?
I still think that the most important thing is to understand the fundamentals of signal flow, of acoustics, the different technologies that are used in microphones and capturing sound, different methods of recording, different stereo techniques, different microphone techniques. Learn the basics of your equipment, and the way I did it was by having a very small number of microphones. I think I had 4 microphones when I first started, and because you only have 4, you're going to use them on everything. And you learn all of their capabilities, and you learn distinctly, very specifically, what things do, and add pieces of equipment or pieces of kit one at a time, sequentially, and just explore that thing as deeply as you possibly can. Now, I say that coming from this perspective of an analog engineer, where you buy a piece of equipment and you put it in the rack, or you buy a microphone, and that's one thing. If you have a recording suite on your computer, that's going to have infinite drop-down menus full of each of those things being the equivalent of a piece of equipment on the rack. So I think it's difficult to give advice in a digital paradigm, because the digital systems are so complex that it's essentially impossible to become a virtuoso on it. It's essentially impossible to master every aspect of every option in even the simplest digital recording programs. So someone who's been, let's find like the #1 Pro Tools jockey on earth, like the guy who is like the absolute...
He's here somewhere, I just can't remember where he is.
Like the fucking Paganini of, Pro Tools. And I guarantee you I could find something in his system set up precisely the way he wants it. I could find some option on some menu somewhere and ask him what it does, and the best that he could do would be say, I could guess, like, you know, halo glow, and that's set to a default value of 65.
I always use 65.
You know,
yeah.
what exactly is halo? You know, and what is the difference between a value of 35 and 65 in halo? You know, shit like that. Like, there's stuff in the digital paradigm that is so layered and so complex that it's basically impossible to become an expert at it. So don't concern yourself with every single thing. Get the basics right first, because you can always rely on those. If you can get a good sound in the room and you put up an appropriate microphone and you record it in a way that you're not doing any damage to it, then that may be all you need to do. And that could be the lion's share of the job. Don't worry so much about all the other things that you could do to it. Just try to get the basics right first.
Here's a question. I don't know who wrote this one. Maybe they could put their hand up. How much of that warm analog sound found in older recordings is, that's R, we'll do spelling later, is due to the harmonic distortion of old gear? Was that Anthony Pallas who asked that one? Was that over? It was a question essentially about using old bits of gear. I walked in that Neve room the other day, and there's a couple of guys with an old Roland Space Echo they'd bought off eBay, and they were there trying to find the USB port on it. You know.
I disagree fundamentally that distortion makes things better in the sense that is being sort of implied by that.
Yeah.
All of the old equipment was made to exacting standards. They were trying to minimize distortion and artifacts. And, I mean, they were limited by the technologies of the day, but a lot of that equipment is still absolutely peerless, you know. So there has been an attempt to ascribe to equipment what I think are probably procedural and practical differences. As I described the differences between a digital session and an analog session. An analog session, you get all the musicians together, they play live, they're playing simultaneously. There's some degree of spillage, but you're essentially recording a live performance. In a digital session, you may have a bunch of individual tracks or takes, and you're trying to synthesize the effect of that unifying effect of having everyone play together. And some people have ascribed the sound quality differences to things like distortion and bandwidth limitation and wow and flutter and things like that. And all of those things are byproducts that in the analog era, people were absolutely diligent about trying to minimize. So, for example, when I record to analog tape, I'm not slamming the tape to get tape compression or, you know, overdriving the preamps to get grittiness or anything like that. I'm trying to use it. The input should sound like the output, and if it doesn't, I stop and fix it. You know, the intent is to make a flattering, natural, realistic recording. The intent is not to manipulate the sound at all. So I think it's a red herring to ascribe qualities of old recordings that are magnificent to the equipment and to particularly to the failings of that equipment. It's sort of like if you measure the bandwidth and the distortion of a Fairchild limiter, for example, you might notice that it has some irregularities, might have some distortion, might have some noise, might have some bandwidth limitation or whatever. Very minor, you know, fractions of a percent, but they're there, and you can measure them. But when you listen to it in operation, it sounds great. Very transparent sounding, seems to, you know, the speed, the time constant seems to suit, you know, vocals very well. It's just a well-engineered piece of equipment for that task, right? Then the equivalent to that would be if you go to the racetrack and there's a car that's going really fast, and you notice that it has a dent in the fender. And then you go home and take a hammer and start denting your fender because you want to go really fast. The dents are immaterial. The noise and distortion and the artifacts of analog equipment is immaterial. The practices were quite different in the analog era. Things were done differently, and because they were done differently, you got a different end result. And I think that the cumulative effect of all of those practices is much, much more important than any kind of dusting of fuzz and hum and noise. And like I said, engineers of the day, and I to this day, we're diligent about trying to minimize those effects, not trying to get the appropriate amount of noise and distortion and wow and flutter, but trying to minimize that stuff. So, and to the degree that we succeed, we're generally more happy with the results. So I think it's a mistake to ascribe the qualities of older recordings to the equipment, and particularly a mistake to ascribe it to the shortcomings of that equipment.
I was amazed when I first started work here about 8 months ago that there's actually a plug-in that's a tape saturation plug-in that you put on to make your thing sound like, it's like, why would you do that? It's like painting tits on the Mona Lisa, you know?
Well, what that presumes is a number of things. It presumes that tape saturation sounds good. Analog engineers would confirm with me that it doesn't sound good. It sounds like an artifact. It sounds like a fault. And you, in an analog session, you do your best to minimize the effect of tape saturation because it clips transients and you know, causes high frequency loss and self erasure, and you end up in an overbias situation where you lose high frequency detail and all this sort of, like, a lot of things come into play if you're setting your tape machine up incorrectly. And so I don't do that. I try not to do that. And the presumption that if I were not as good at my job as an analog engineer, that I would somehow be making things better, I find slightly insulting. So,
okay, we're going to bring this to a close very shortly. One of the questions, quite a nice one, is do you have a favorite studio other than your own studio?
Yeah.
And if so, why?
There are two studios that I've done a lot of work in other than electrical audio that I quite like. One of them is Abbey Road Studio 2. It's a terrific studio. The staff and the maintenance and the equipment and everything about it, the acoustics, everything about it's a fantastic experience. They have an on-site canteen. You know, their apple pie is pretty good.
That's good.
You know. And there's a bar in the canteen, so you can always find the band whenever you need them. You know, things like that. I enjoy working there. I've made a bunch of records there that I'm very happy with. There's a studio in France that was built by my late friend Ian Burgess. He was an Englishman who moved to Chicago and made records in the punk scene, and then collected a bunch of equipment, put it in a container, brought it to France, bought a farmhouse in France, and built a studio in this farmhouse in France. It's called Black Box. It's still around. It's a fantastic studio. It's being run by his partner, Peter Daimel, and who's a German engineer who has an electronics degree and a Tonmeister degree and in acoustics. And it's a fantastic studio, really well outfitted. It has a Flickinger console from 1969. It's, for my money, the best sounding recording console I've ever worked on. The acoustics in the old barn that you're recording are fantastic. It's an idyllic place, but the results that I've gotten there have been great, and I think it's a very well executed studio. So if I had to pick two other studios in the world, other than electrical audio, that I think that I'd be happy to work in, it would be those two.
What does shellac do for you? Is that a chance to throw off the engineer thing and indulge in some music? And
it's the same. I mean, I want to be in a band now for essentially the same reasons that I did when I was a teenager. Being in a band is awesome. You get to write and play music with people that you like, and it's very satisfying to play music, especially when you get to, you know, travel and see the world and play in front of audiences, and you know, it's enormously rewarding to do it. I've never tried to make it my profession. I've never tried to make a living at it. Okay. And I think that's one reason that I have been able to be as fond of it as I am.
It's a passion project. Yeah.
In the same way that, like, we all know somebody who's like really hung up on snowboarding or fly tying or whatever, or whatever it is. There's this thing that animates them, that gives them a reason to keep going. You know, it could be Magic the Gathering. I don't know whatever it is. It's like there's a thing that they get really, or it's Hearthstone now, isn't it? It's not Magic the Gathering anymore. So like whatever it is, there's a thing that really turns them on, and very, very, very small number of people can make that their profession. You know, and that doesn't cheapen the effect of doing it because you're really into it. You know, so I've always tried to keep the band in that place in my life where I'm not relying on it for, you know, knocking out rent. It's the thing that we do that satisfies the creative impulse and makes us feel like we're makes us feel like when you're in a band, you feel like you're fucking awesome, you know?
There's a real buzz about it. I had a quick look on the internet before we sat down. Everyone's so excited about it, and it's good to see that you're still passionate about that as well. Okay, we're going to do maybe a couple of questions from the floor if anyone's got one.
Can I just preface this?
Steve, yeah.
I love getting questions from people in the audience that have not been filtered through the administration, right? There are always at least one or two questions that people are kind of afraid to ask, either because they don't want to look dumb or because they think it might be inappropriate. Those are my favorite ones.
There you go.
So,
gentleman in the red hat.
That's a kind of a loaded question. There are relationships that I've built through working on records that mean the world to me. People that have become dear friends that have essentially been incorporated into my family. And, you know, those people and those relationships mean the world to me. Much more than any record, you know. And the fact that I got there by making a record means that those records are significant, sort of one way or another. So it's answering that question in that way would give you one set of answers. I did a record for a guy named John Grabsky who was dying of cancer, and he wanted to make an album documenting his terminal period. He decided to decline treatment toward the end of his life, and he wanted to make an album documenting his relationship with the disease, and you know, all the music was directly related to his experiences with cancer. And that was a really moving experience for me, to see him realize this ambition at the very end of his life, and see him like animated and driven and compelled, knowing that he wasn't going to be around when copies hit the store or whatever. That was just an incredibly satisfying thing, to learn from him how to conduct yourself at the end of your life. Like, I feel enormously gratified that I got to have that experience with him. And that the record is called The Strain, and the group name that he used is Teeth. So it's an amazing record. It's a terrific record just on its own, you know, as a listening experience. It's a terrific record, but very pleased that he was able to realize that ambition, you know, and that I was able to be a part of it. Super proud of that. From a technical standpoint of like seeing an important record through to the end, I'm very proud of the deluxe fancy reissue version of the Nirvana in Utero album that I did. Especially when that album was done initially, there was a big political fracas between the band and me, and the record label tried to scapegoat me, and it was a pretty ugly period for my relationship with the music industry, as disassociated from the people in bands who are sort of my peers. So that was kind of an unpleasant experience making the record the first time, or not making the record, but having to endure the sort of show business aspects of the record in its initial release. It was particularly unpleasant. And then being invited back into the fold and being able to see the reissue through from beginning to end with an absolute ear toward quality at every step, I felt really good about that. It was gratifying to know that like they were right in the beginning to make the kind of record they wanted to make, despite everybody telling them that they were going to tank their career and blah, blah, blah. It was gratifying to see like the long cycle of time sort of validate all their decisions, and it was gratifying to be a part of sort of respecting all of that in a way that I thought was true to their intentions from the beginning. So that was pretty gratifying.
Okay, someone all the way at the back.
Well, because I come from from a band background myself, I feel quite comfortable in the company of musicians, or and I feel like I understand the dynamic that exists inside of a lot of bands, or, you know, there may be sort of categorical versions, but I feel like I get what it's like to be in a band, and I feel like I can communicate with people in a band in a fairly organic fashion. It led me to. Yeah, I mean, it all boils down to having respect for the band as a social entity and as a significant artistic vehicle. In some sense, the record business thinks of the record as the end product. Like, the record is what matters. That's what's going to get sold in the stores, and that's what's going to make us our money, right? That's what matters. The band is just a fucking name that's on the record. You know, the band is just a means for us to get a record out, right? Conversely, I've always seen it as the band is the project. Like, the band is going to exist, has existed before this moment, is going to carry this record through their whole career, and they're going to carry on. So the band, the day-to-day behavior of the band, their relationships internally, hundreds of shows they're going to play, all the individual people that they're going to interact with, and like their creative instinct and everything that got them to the point where they could make that record, that's the project. That's the most important thing. The record is just kind of a signpost. The record is like an artifact that happens along the way, you know. And having said that, I try to make the record as good as I can make it. You know, I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm saying that it matters, but it matters in the context of it's part of the flow of a band, of the life of a band. It's not the end result. That's not the goal. The goal is not to make a record. The goal is to have an awesome band. And then there are some good records in there along the way. It's sort of like if you get married, eventually you may settle down in a house, and then your house you may have to put up a mailbox, and the mailbox will be how people, when they drive up to your house, they recognize where your house is because of the numbers on the mailbox, whatever. The marriage is not about the fucking mailbox. The mailbox is just how people find where you are, and that's what the records are. The records are like a way for people to get into your thing, like what the band does, like the way they like. There's a big thing in the States now, these jam bands. Like, they play hundreds of shows, they play for hours, the music goes on forever, there's no beginning, there's no end, and that the experience of being in that crowd and in that scene with those bands is quite different from just like hearing a song. It's like they're sort of embedded in this thing that goes on all day, all night, could go on for weeks, and I feel like that, like all bands to a degree are like that, like from their beginnings in the rehearsal room until they finally, sort the laundry and call it quits. Like, there's a whole story there, and that to me is the most important thing. That's what I care about. Like, when I think about the bands that I like, I don't think about the records, picking the record up and putting the record on. I think about all of the ideas that flow through that conduit of their music, and what kind of people they must have been, and what their parties would have been like, and can you imagine the smell in that van and things like that,
Becky Whitten, you ask a question at every session I host, so why break the habit of a lifetime?
Sure. There was an early digital. I mean, a lot of the examples that I give will be expired digital tape formats. There was a digital tape format called the Mitsubishi X85, X850, X85C. These are all different Mitsubishi tape formats. They're all incompatible with each other, and incompatible with other digital tape machines. Right. There were some rather famous records made in Nashville in the 80s on these records. All of those studios have gone broke. All of that equipment has gone secondhand. Some of it has ended up in junk heaps, and some of it is, sort of in storage rooms in other studios. There was a famous country and western sort of pop singer named Kenny Rogers who had an album that was done on this format, and they wanted to use one of the songs from that album in a compilation album or a greatest hits album or something like that. They couldn't get the master tape to play on any machine that they tried to play it on. They flew the tape around to different studios around, and they couldn't get it to play. And there was no way, because it was an expired format and the company doesn't deal with those machines anymore. There was no one that they could ask. There was no technical assistance. So in the end, they just played the vinyl record and copied it from a vinyl record and then used that on the compilation album. So that's the first instance of that I heard, was these deteriorating tape formats. There were these cassette-based digital tape multi-track formats, the ADAT, the ADAM, the DA88. They used a videotape technology that was just flimsy little crappy video cassette with metal particle tape on it for digital recording. All of those tapes, if you've ever played an old VHS tape and noticed that the tracking has gone and it doesn't track correctly and doesn't look good on your television, it's because the tape physically warps over time. The guides inside the thing they're thermoplastic, so they move. All of those problems sort of prevent digital recording from tracking correctly and being reproduced. And the smallest of those formats was called the DAT, and that was the digital audio tape. It was a small cartridge, and has all of those same problems embedded in it and magnified, pardon me, because it's physically much smaller. So those are the tape formats that have gone bad. But there were also early digital computer file formats that are no longer supported. There was a digital recording platform called the SoundStream that recorded data on 9-track data tapes, open reel data tapes. But that was a delta modulation rather than pulse code modulation. So if it got the first bit wrong, then it couldn't follow itself through the rest of the recording, things like that. These are specific examples that they're not that enlightening, but they except to demonstrate the sort of principle that digital technologies are all proprietary. Like each company has its own version of a thing. So like if you have a plugin or you're in a Pro Tools session and that plugin requires an authorization in order to work, and that authorization comes from, say, the internet, then you have to rely on that company existing in the future and that authorization being possible in the future. Otherwise, that plugin, which may be a critical part of your session, won't work. If you have a session that's stored as a session, but you can't find an appropriate computer to boot that session up on, and at the point that you need to do it in the future, that'll be an archaic computer, then you'll also need to have the appropriate revision of the Pro Tools or whatever sound software you have, and it will also have to have its authorizations and all that sort of stuff. I don't know if they still use the iLock, but that was a real pain in the ass when somebody would lose the dongle, and then the whole session would have to come to a halt while everyone crawled around looking for the dongle. All of those things, those are all the points of fragility, but the main thing that makes analog recording so robust is that it's an open format. Every tape machine in the world can play anybody else's tape from anywhere in the world. There's a kind of a famous story of a recording studio in the pre-perestroika in the Soviet Union in Russia. You couldn't just buy Western technology. You couldn't just order it and have it shipped to you. You had to get all kinds of like permissions and import visas and shit for equipment. So there was a studio in St. Petersburg that wanted to get an Ampex tape machine to use for multi-track recording. They were denied permission to import a tape machine. But they had gotten somehow, black market, they had gotten a set of schematics and technical drawings for this Ampex tape machine. So the chief engineer at the studio and a friend of his who was a machinist set about building their own Ampex tape machine. And so from scratch, they built an entire working multi-track Ampex tape machine in a garage, or in what passes for a garage in Soviet Russia. I don't know what it means. And that became the centerpiece of their studio, and that tape machine was still in use in the 1990s. I mean, it just goes to show that in some post-apocalyptic Mad Max future, if necessary, you could make a tape machine and play back tapes or do recordings. There's nothing about it that would prevent you from doing that. You could not go with a set of technical drawings into a garage and make a Pro Tools and an appropriate era Macintosh and somehow fashion from bent nails and wire a iLock and a dongle, or but so it's an extraordinarily robust format, and that's in contrast to the sort of necessary obsolescence of computer software and computer technologies. I mean, computers are made redundant by future computers becoming more powerful. So then software is written that takes advantage of all the new power in these new computers, making the older stuff redundant. And it's not always possible to resurrect something from a distant era of a computer paradigm on a contemporary setting. Like if I brought you one of these 9-track open reel data tapes, even if you knew that it had a SoundStream audio recording on it, you wouldn't have any place to plug it in to your computer. And if somebody brings you a DVD of a session from the 90s in 15 years, when there is no physical place for you to put a DVD on any computer that is around, it maybe that explains the fragility of digital archiving. I did a little talk at a librarian conference in Wisconsin not that long ago, and archiving is a big thing with librarians. I don't know if you know any librarians, but they're really, really aware that having a digital version of something is not the same as having the thing, you know. I'll give you one rather significant contemporary example. In journalism, the record used to be the physical copies of the printed matter. Like, print the newspapers, and they go to the libraries and they get stacked up, and then if somebody wants to see what was in the newspaper on a certain day, they can go and find that newspaper and actually read it, right? And if somebody were to manipulate it, it was like if somebody were to like cut some articles out or cross some things off, then it would be obvious that that had been done, because the newspaper would be like cut out or marked up or whatever. There's a music criticism website from Chicago called Pitchfork. And Pitchfork has been around since the 90s. When they first started, they didn't have that many writers. One of the writers on their staff wrote some, at the time, sort of significant reviews of some historically important records that came out. And so those reviews have since acquired a sort of a journalistic weight because they were critical assessments at a period when the music was active, right? This writer got into a beef with Pitchfork, like started bad rapping them in social media and sort of hounding the individual writers, and the Pitchfork decided that they would deal with it by expunging this writer from their entire history. Like, so now everything that he's written for that website has just been eliminated. It's just been made to vaporize. And if you didn't know that it was there before they got rid of it, you'd have no way of knowing that it had ever been there. It's not like if you'd gone into the stacks at the library and seen that somebody had torn articles out of a magazine or whatever. It's having something in the digital paradigm is not the same as having a thing. It's information, it's data, you can search it, you can use it, you can send it back and forth. It's very useful, very fluid, but it's not permanent. And it can be made to go away accidentally or intentionally, and you will never know what has been lost because there's no evidence of the thing that is not there. There's no evidence of a lack, I guess is the way to put it. That was a really long-winded answer.
I'll take one really quick one. Santi, this is definitely the last question because Steve's very busy and is going to be moving on.
Was there any moment or an experience you were learning that made you decide not to form an opinion?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was part of it. It's been the notion that I shouldn't be getting emotionally attached or involved in the music or forming opinions about the music. That's been a kind of an evolution for me. I realize now, or I feel now, like it is an obvious position that as someone who is serving someone else's art, I shouldn't be forming opinions about it. But it did take me some time, and I did make some blunders. The Fugazi recording session that you're describing is one of them, where we were having a fantastic time in the studio. We were all really high on how things were going. We were having a great time. And then when they listened to the playback on the way home, they're like, "Man, this is awful. What did we do?" You know, and I think they were absolutely right to scrap the session and start over and do another version of the album. And that was a learning experience for me. Like that, you know, it's fine to enjoy the company of the people that you're with, but you can't take your eyes off the ball. You have to like make sure that everything is being technically babysat the way it's meant to be. So it hasn't been any one particular experience. It's the cumulative effect of a number of these things where I feel like I let my emotions get in the way of just humping the load, you know.
That's a great question. We're about out of time. Steve's got lots of stuff to do. If you want to buy a ticket for Shellac tonight at the Corner Hotel, I recommend you go there. It'd be amazing. I haven't got a ticket, but I might get on the guest list. Who knows? No, that didn't go down very well. It's one of my jokes. All that needs to be said is I'd like to show our appreciation for Steve for giving up his spare time when he could have been out doing enjoyable things like looking at the scenery, enjoying the sunshine. It's very, very much appreciated, and if we could just show our appreciation. Thank you.
So I just want to, I appreciate being asked to come and talk to you guys, and I really enjoy talking and sharing this sort of stuff. If anybody has any particular questions that didn't get answered, or if you were too shy to talk in front of all these other people, I'm pretty easy to find. If you Google my name, you'll come up with a website and or an email address, and feel free to send me an email and if you have any specific questions. Or I don't want to listen to your demo. I don't want to give you advice. You know, I don't want to listen to your thing and tell you what you did wrong. But if you have a question, like a procedural or practical or a studio question, I'm happy to give you whatever advice I can. There's you may find more information on the forum at our studio. There's electricalaudio.com. There's a forum that has a bunch of really smart people on it, and they can solve a lot of problems, especially as pertains like things that aren't my area of expertise, like construction and instruments and instrument repair and amplifiers and things like that. There's a bunch of hobbyists and a bunch of professionals on there, so you can get questions answered there fairly quickly as well. So I just wanted to let you know that you don't need to like scratch me off of your to-do list having just had this conversation. If you have any further questions, feel free to send me an email or whatever. I'm always around.
Transmission 4 0 8 6 3 4 2 8 0 6 and transmission.
this is really nice.